Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on where you are in the world. I'm sure this is a little bit strange that we're starting directly on the actual work screen today, but that's just because I wanted to optimize and get as much work today done as possible. I've got bouncier music on, trying to keep myself motivated. And I've got a lot that I'm excited to show today. Who have we got here with us right now? We've got Q, first as always, and Introvert, and Robipple. Good to see you guys. I don't know if I'm going to be actively watching stream or if I want to play some games whilst I lurk. That is perfectly fine. I think I'll probably be active, and if I get bored, I'll make more progress on the Valentine's Moth, since there's still only a sketch. I don't know if I've seen that or not yet.
Did you remember to save?
Oh, and here
all
comes the
of
love
your
bomb.
If you become lightheaded from
files?
thirst, feel free to pass out.
Hello, Snake. Thank you, baby.
We got a boomer!
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Let's go ahead and get you guys your uppies. Oh, and Ro, since we didn't have this on yesterday, this is stream avatars, all these little dinosaurs on the screen. You currently are this little egg right in the middle, and you have the ability to hatch from your egg if you're a follower. You can do that by hitting the twinkle beside my head here on desktop. There's a stream avatars button. It'll have a controller and a list of dinosaurs that you can hatch into. If you're on mobile, it's going to be in between the video and the chat box. You may have shown it, Q, and I just don't remember. Let me make sure that I've got the Discord open as well. And right away, you guys are already posting some awesome fucking art. Look at this. I missed these pictures that Foe had included. Oh, he's so good at Elder Horror stuff. How many Bendy novels are there? Like, I'm interested, but I feel like, oh, it takes me so long to get through books. I did see the Pokemon Presents, and I'm honestly surprised. It actually looks interesting. I never expected any kind of continuation from the X and Y games this far down the line. But it's really cool to see some of these characters coming back. X and Y may have been one of my most favorite versions of Pokemon. At least, it's one that I remember having a lot of joy in playing. Compared to the ones that came after, I didn't enjoy them at all. So far, I think there's Dreams Come to Life, The Lost Ones, Fade to Black, and I think that's it. Okay, that's not too bad. It's not like the FNAF book series where there's just tons of them. Hello, Sky! Good to see you! We are just about to get started on working on Dogday. I'm going to show off some of the things that I've added to him since last time. Just kind of getting caught up on chat first. I feel like you'll enjoy the latest meme in the meme channel. Uh-oh. Oh, a friend sent me this yesterday, too. The artist did a really good job on that one, too. Like, they're really, really close to Goose's actual style, if not, it is actual Gooseworks art. I want to get better at drawing men. You focus on drawing men, I'll focus on drawing women, and then somewhere we'll meet in the middle, because that's where my falling is. Added another game to my Assassin's Creed collection, being Black Flag. That's really cool. I've only played a little bit of Assassin's Creed. I actually don't even think it was Assassin's Creed. I think it was Prince of Persia. It was cool mechanics, but I just wasn't coordinated enough at the time. I think I was very young when we had that one floating around. I don't remember. I can't wait for your Raptor 2, Snake. It's coming out so good. Well, my positive thought to share in retort is that I am happy I've had such a good week this week. Meet in the middle with androgynous characters. Sky, are you the little egg here? Hold on, let me move me. Popple. That is you, Sky. I'm going to pop you up here in the egg box for now. You don't have to hatch, but if you would like to. That's for anyone who's a follower. There's a controller in the twinkle next to my head here. If you float your mouse over that on desktop, you can hatch into any of the dinosaurs on the list there. And then there's a controller on the 3 lines to interact with other people on the stream. What, Sneak? What have I done? You know, as much as I love these crunchy songs, these might be a bit too much noise for me right now. I might have to tone it down just a little bit. Let's see if we can get something a little bit in between the 2 genres. There will be no fighting in the baby box. Here you go, Sky. Let me go ahead and release you from up there. I only put the eggs up there usually, and whoever requests uppies, so that I can see if we have anyone new join. All right. Oh yeah, they've got a lot of nice colors to pick from right now. They started out with only naturals, but then they added a pack for more neon colors. Eventually, I'd like to do a whole round of custom ones myself, but we'll get around to that later. There's only a couple custom ones in there right now, mostly for the mods. All right. So, last time with Dogday, we left off with doing his facial expressions and fixing up his visemes so that when he talked, none of them would overlap in a weird way. I've added a couple of things since then. My favorite being teeth. Our boy's got them big chompers now. This is not something that was ever canon for any of the smiling critters. It was the nightmare critters only that had teeth. But it's a very popular thing that I've seen amongst fans in the fandom, especially on VRChat. The Sun and Moon fandom definitely, like, migrated over to Dogday and Catnap. But his teeth are a toggle now, and they also should be completely in sync with all of his other lip syncs. And they should also work with all of his current expressions. So we have his irritated face, sort of gentle face, happy, bored, DreamWorks. Want my uppies back. I did nothing wrong. Q, I will give you one more chance. And hello, Ninja! I'll go ahead and pop you on up there as well. But that said you wanted your nipples back. They're a terrible thing to lose. So on top of that, I also have been adding a bunch of sliders for, and this is the paid version. This is not going, these are features that will not be available on the free version or the public version. So we've got the hidden speaker toggle is one that I will be including on the public one, but the teeth will not be included. They have an option to hide them. We also have the ability to hide the charm and zipper. So we can kind of just make him more like a plush dog. And on top of that, we have a new shrink toggle for a cozy sweater. This still needs to have its weights finished, which is what I'll be doing today, touching up a lot of the weights on these new features. I was debating giving him pants too. I kind of decided not to at the time just because I didn't really feel like sculpting pants, but I may add them. I don't know. We'll see. Just woke up from a nap, so brain is still foggy. Don't worry, mine too. They're gonna be salty about it, then Snake can cry me a river in Lego City. Oh, be nice. Don't make me turn this stream around. Oh, let's see if screencast keys is gonna work today. Nope, apparently not. All right. There's one other feature that I have that I can't show as pretty as I would like. Gotta get a bearing for my controls again. So this will be something that we'll be rigging today. Take all this off. He's actually got a little prop that he'll be able to hold that'll have ragdoll physics. Right down here. Now the texture's all funky right now, but this is a little catnap plush. Specifically the smaller bodies. Mom, Q's hurting me. I believe I got to a point with this where all of the UVs are already laid out and mirrored. Yes. Are they for the sweater as well? Because I want to try and put all of his props on the same materials. The sweater's going to need to have its own rework. It's Catnap and Dogday's offspring. Cat dog. It's either cat dog or nap day. All right. So I'm a little brain foggy myself today, but that's okay. Because we are just going to go into this doing whatever, chipping away at it little bit by bit. I think what I would like to do right off the bat, though, is set up an armature for our little catnap toy. To do that, we're going to add armature, single bone. This is a whole new armature, so we're going to set this to in front. And there's two ways we can go about doing this. If we wanted to, we could rig this like an avatar, so that it could actually be used as one, or we can just rig it as a prop, which is what I'm most likely going to do. reaches in and wipes down their brain. Just imagine like the little squeaky window. Good, that's right in the center. I'm thinking I just want this to have a little bit of ragdolling to it. I have to be conscious of how many bones that we're going to be including. Correction, frag, wax on, wax off. And we can get away with having these arms just be on one bone. It would be more realistic to put two. But in trying to conserve fizz bones as much as possible, what I'm doing here also, you can't see it off to the side, but I am naming each of these bones. And that way I will know A, which ones do what, and B, how to symmetrize them. Like a frog regurgitating their stomach to clean it. I wonder if someone had the power to do everything a frog could do. Would they be able to regurgitate their stomach? Would they want to, I feel, is the more important question. All right. Now, because this guy's so bare bones basic, he doesn't need a whole lot. I'm going to save a couple extra bones here for the tail, though, because I'd really like that part to be wiggle waggly. And there's a really easy way to do that. We'll take one bone, put it to the full extent of the tail, then we'll grab that bone, right-click, subdivide. You can't see it behind Popple's big-ass head here, but there's a little panel that popped up in the corner that says number of cuts. You just bump that number up to however many bones you want. If you were testing, would you at least try? Oh yeah, you gotta try everything once. I also want this charm to dangle as well. So grab another one of these bones. Actually, we're just going to hit Shift A. That's going to create a new one. It's going to create it on the spot of our target area here. Make it smaller. And then we're just going to grab the tip of that, put that at the tip of our charm. And what that's done is now created it so that it'll only be able to pivot in this set location. But I forgot to mirror this and apply that before I did that, so we'll have to move it over just a little bit. That's what we really want. Can't see what we really want. I'm going to turn this off for a second. Oh, wow. I think the playing is broken. Not totally sure what you mean. Oh, the now playing. Oh, yes. Okay. Hold on. Let's get that fixed. It's funny because it was working earlier. Here we go. We'll see if that works now. Thank you, Q. All right. Make sure all of them are connected to their proper bones. Name this one Charm. Oops, actually that's the name of the entire armature, my bad. Charm. Head, body, charm. Tail 1. Tail 2. Tail 3. Tail 4. And then connect that one to the torso. And now that we have all that, we want to select the entire armature. We're going to go to the armature button here, and we're going to say symmetrize. It's going to duplicate it on both sides, exactly how it is. Just mirrors it. Now, there's a couple ways that we can assign the weights to this, and I haven't decided how I want to do that. Let's go ahead and change these to stick bones, though, so they're easier to see through. Normally, I would just grab the armature and assign it to the mesh right then and there, not worry about it. Let it do its auto weights. But because this is a prop and not an avatar, I want to make sure that it's going to move a very specific way. Something I've thought of after yesterday's stream is that a glitchless run of Limon would be so annoying because of the Baba Chops fight. I don't know if it's possible to do glitchless yet. I know Astrospiff and several other people in the speedrun community are currently testing what different run types are possible right now. I saw him yesterday, I think, doing a no-run run plus Limon. I think he's trying to do no run, no jump, plus Limon. But I have no idea how he's ever going to do that without it being glitched. I think I'm going to do manual weights. So I'm going to grab my armature first, then grab my mesh, Control P. Oops. Strike that, reverse it. We're going to armature deform. We're going to do that with... No, we're going to do it with empty groups. Because I think in the end it'll just be easier to do this from scratch. So that has connected this armature to this mesh specifically. So it's technically a second model. You have to run from Yarnaby during the first chase or else he'll get you. The first chase. Which one's the first one? Because in our last run, the first encounter that we had with Yarnaby, he actually didn't spawn. Oh, with the battery boxes. Oh, that's a good point. Huh. Oh, you're gonna get me poppy brain rotting. All right, we want to do some weight painting, so we're going to grab our armature and our little mesh. We're going to go into the weight paint tab. And actually, let's start with just manually assigning all of the main weights. So for head, we know we're going to want the whole head, both eyes, and that's going to be set to 100%. For our body, same deal. Oops. Fully assign the body. Left arm. We're going to leave all these limbs, I think. And then our charm. Assign. Okay. Wouldn't be going off topic since this is you making a poppy model. Yeah, that's true. The only problem is I'm going to want to play the game and not make a model. It's funny, I haven't been hyper focused on something like this in a long time, and it feels good. It feels nice. Let's go in here and start doing some proper weight painting. So what I'm going to do now is start doing some gradients. So for our head, I'm going to connect that a little bit to our body. Actually, do we want it to connect to the zipper at all? A little bit won't be that problem. So we're going to take our strength. Actually, our weight's already down pretty low, so that's good. I wonder why that's happening. Let me put this on the bottom screen and see if that makes any difference. Don't mind if you have to keep reminding me to change that to get that working, because I want to figure out what it is that's causing it to not work. It's something to do with when Spotify thinks it is active and when it thinks it is not active. So now we can start to test our weights and see how this is going to affect the movement. We don't want a whole lot of movement, just enough to make sure it looks connected. We want it to all move kind of naturally when it ragdolls, but it doesn't have to be perfect. So this charm will only pivot along here. It will end up clipping a little bit. I'll try and put some limiters on, but I'm not going to stress over it too much because it's just a plushie. I'm going to take the radial, do it along the entirety of the head. Oops. I'm going to put it right in the middle, actually. So it does the head, all 4 limbs. Actually, should get the tail in on this too. Ah, I missed the whole backside. There we go. Oh yeah, the black flag came with its original receipt, and my goodness, does the price go down on games after some time? It sometimes does. Not always. But when it does, it's nice. Oh, fun little way of doing cheated symmetry. Just do one. And then once you have the one done, you can take your blur tool, set the strength to 0.001, so it's virtually non-existent, then go over the one that you already did. Because it'll count all of that as being blended. Unless, for some reason, it doesn't. This is interesting. Why is that happening? Hello, Rin! Good to see you! I am doing fantastic. I'm very excited to be getting some of this rigging done today. I'm just working on doing some weights, making his ears move. A little confused, though, why the blur is not causing... Oh, because I have the symmetry off. Duh. There we go. I'm just not paying attention. That's the only problem. There we are. So now both ears should be weight painted. And let me turn on symmetry for pose mode 2. That just makes it a little bit easier. So now we should be able to move both ears. Yep. Got some new jeans, because unfortunately all of my jeans have holes in the most embarrassing of places. Man, I'm overdue to get some new jeans myself. I feel like I've been living out of the same pair for far longer than I should. Okay. Now we need to do our limbs. And these should be fairly easy. Is that good, or do we want it a little bit stronger? That's probably good. I'm glad you two could bump into each other. Careful, Frag, your old age is showing. Oh no, what did I do? Is getting new ones count as eugenics, transhumanism? Good question. These are all good questions for Dr. Sawyer himself. Sadly, he is not with us. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Selection, that's what I want. Oh, whoops, did I do that with the ear also selected? It didn't seem to cause any problems, so I'm not going to worry about it. Leg. That's perfect, right off the bat. All right, I think that just leaves the tail. Whoops. Okay, so we will have to clear out some of the end of the tail here. Gradients make this stuff so much easier. Crazy though, because I've got clothes that still fit me from like 8 years ago that are in practically perfect condition, and then there's my jeans, which all have holes in the crotch area. It's always the crotch. For my mom, it's always the inner thigh. But for me, it's also always the crotch. I say it wears out in the most used area. Ace and still have my V card. Why would the crotch be the most utilized area? I don't know. Here's the tricky part, because I want this to have a nice smooth movement throughout the tail. So we're going to go real light. We're going to go, oops. We want all these shades of blue to overlap quite a bit. Mm. God, piece machine gun. What is this, Transformers? Transformers were notorious for having weird placements for guns and other various things. In fact, one of my favorite Transformers literally has nipple guns. I don't know why. He turns into a motorcycle. Is this a Christmas song? Okay, maybe. The jingle bells throw me off a little bit. All right. So if I did this correctly, then this whole tail should curl really nicely when I go ahead and rotate it here. Yes and no. Something's getting caught up right at the base. I think it's because we tied it to the body. And because of the placement, I'll move it a little further inside. All right, because of that placement, it shouldn't ever clip out of the body. Because our main goal would be to have it hang down. And then whenever he's holding it, have the tail just kind of loosely dingle-dangle around. Nipple gun snapped me right back to the stream, what the fuck? We were talking about my Transformers and my favorite characters and whatnot. Wreck-Gar was my favorite from G1, outside of Starscream. And for whatever reason, they just decided to give him these perfectly pointy white nipple guns on his perfectly square, flat, otherwise detailless chest. Astro Boy had cannons come out of his ass cheeks. Oh my god. I feel like Astro Boy's one that really has not had its resurgence yet. Also, I apologize, my voice is gonna be cracking a lot more today. I don't know why. I think it's because I'm finally starting to get over this cold a little bit. Do you think smiley critters with tails ever got bored and ended up chasing their tails? God knows that I would. I feel like, yeah, they definitely would. The real question, though, is how many times do the catnaps end up getting tied together Rat King style? Actually, that goes for Tui, too, because Tui's got a long-ass tail. Slowly but surely realizing how fun noses can be to draw. Ooh. I'm yet to find a way of drawing noses that I'm really in love with. So I would love to see your sketching process throughout all that. Honestly, I think that we got that out of the way very quickly. I think he is pretty much done and rigged, which means that he is now just a matter of placing him in Dogday's hand. Sir, can you unscrunkle yourself, please? All right. Grab you. We should save first, and then save a copy. Lushy posed. And we want to put this in a way that it looks like he's holding it, which can be kind of difficult to do, not knowing how VRChat's animator controller is going to want to position it. That's going to clip his hand, his thumb, right through its head. We don't want that. I might make it a little bigger, actually. They had really good CGI movie, or a CGI movie, like 15 years ago, but it flopped. Oh, I vaguely remember that too. Because the animation itself looked really, really good, but I don't remember even when it came to theaters. I saw like one trailer for it and then I never heard of it again. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. We'll say on the Pokemon Presents, I'm not really a fan of the starters that we get. Yeah, that one felt a little weird, but I feel like all starters that they pick at this point are going to feel weird. His thumb might still clip with this. Not sure. Let's pose his hand real quick and just close his fingers, see where they want to clip through. feel like I should position the tail to be pointing downwards just because of where he's holding it. Same studio that did a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. I'm really surprised that we haven't had a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Transformers crossover, what with they being the one who was behind all that. For me, it's it's cause my hand is basically forced to take the water starter, because I don't think we're going to get regional variants of the starters this time around. That and, like, Totodile is the Charizard of Totodile's generation. Quick question, is the toy in his hand supposed to look like that, or are the textures... Yeah, these are temporary textures. It's using Dogday's textures right now, because it does not have textures of its own. So it's just reading this entire UV map as though I just, like, wrapped it up in it. That will be our next step. I'm trying to tell if that looks weird with his palm open. It's a little further up his wrist than I think I would like it to be. But he's got them goofy Muppet hands. It's kind of hard to work around that. There's going to be clipping no matter what I do with this one, I think. Let's pose that tail, though. Just get it out of the way. I should have done this before I moved it, but... Why are you X-ray? Why are you X-ray? Don't do that. And our first ads are coming up in about a minute. We have a single toy Turtle Van Transformer crossover figure. Yeah, they did a lot of those for a time there. There's a Transformers Jeep. Or not Jeep, it's the Ford Explorer for Jurassic Park that came with another Transformer that turned into a Rex. They did like a bunch of different classic crossovers at one point. They were all really cool. Chikorita and Tepig are two of my least favorite starter mons. I know Chikorita is pretty popular. Tepig, I don't know about. That one may have just been like a, well, this one hasn't been around for a bit. Alright, set that to our rest pose. Let's go to Dogday. We're going to clear out your pose. We will save. Now, one thing I want to point out, a lot of people tend to get hung up at this with the beginning. So there's a little orange dot on each part of our model. I can't zoom in to show you the dot because it won't get any bigger, but you can see it right in the middle of his toes here. What this is telling me is that this little orange dot is where this asset as a whole is assigned to think that that's where the ground is. That is where the placement of origin should be. However, on our little catnap here, this one's place of origin is still at its feet. So when I picked it up and moved it up into Dogday's hands, even though the origin was at its feet, telling it, hey, the ground's down here, now that origin is up here floating in the abyss, So we have to tell it, nope, assign all these together. We're going to apply all transforms. So now everything that we have in our scene right now understands that this is where it's meant to be together in relation to the world origin. Always apply transform every once in a while, or as the last thing you do before you export a model. Okay. I'm going to unhide his teeth so I don't forget about them. Now, I think that'll just about do it for this. Let's go ahead and work on the weight painting for the sweater. Because I know that one's going to need a little bit of touch up. It's predominantly in the shoulders. Oh, wait, we have to assign the catnap to Dogday. Weh. It's like Dogday's wearing one of those skull masks when his teeth are out. Thank you, baby. A big stretch.
If you become lightheaded
And
from
hydrate.
thirst, feel free to pass out.
Oh, I appreciate both. I'm gonna fall asleep here today. I'm having a lazy day. And a posture check. I have slunk down. Oh, wow. Why are you screaming? I see. Sometimes you just get the urge to scream. Let's go ahead and shrink down his body so that this is not showing. And we definitely want to blend these out. Hmm. He is a toothy boy. They don't have teeth in canon. I'm reiterating that a couple times here because I know several people are not as familiar with the Poppy characters and whatnot. But it is very popular amongst the fans, especially in VRChat, to add teeth to characters like this. I figure, why not? Thank you, baby. Hello, Berserk. How are you doing? Behaving, not getting up into mischief, are you? Let's add a little bit. That was more than a little bit. This is our big problem zone, are these shoulders. They were not designed originally to work with this. So now we've got to kind of pretend that it works. This is what we call putting on a good coat of paint. We like this guy with teeth. It works for him. He a hungry boy. Super happy today. Took the day off after me and Rosie stayed up till 7 a.m. to upload avatars for VRC. Ooh, we got some new ones? I didn't know she was working on those yesterday. I only had time to stop in and see when she was actually just doing 2D art. Oh hell, I'm weight painting this and it doesn't even have its modifiers applied yet. I did something today. What did you do today, Q? It's after stream. You started at 4. Oh my god. I hope she's not burning herself out. bought 20 packs of chicken noodles. Can't hear flamingos without the Childish Gambino verses on it. This is actually my first time hearing this song. Two truths and a lie. I've always been bad at that game. Let's see. I'm trying to come up with interesting ones. Okay. Two truths and a lie. Number 1. I have caught a seagull out of mid-air with my bare hands before. Number 2. I once caught a fish that was so stinky that I could not wash off the smell and accidentally dyed my hands blue trying to wash off the smell. And 3. I have a pet snake who was the only male of his brood and had a perfect penis cartoon drawing on his forehead and was the only one of his clutch that had such. I think it's the fish. All of these sound very specific and convincing. My vote goes to seagull. I believe the snake is true. Oh, we can do a poll. How do I do those again? Not like that. Let me check. We haven't done one of these in a while. I'm gonna find the right command for it. Oh no, how do we do polls? I know we've done them before. Oh, I used the wrong command, that's why. This is good practice for me. Okay, hold on. Where are the tools? I found it. We'll put this up for 5 minutes. Nah, that's too long. 3 minutes. So to vote, I believe you have to do -vote 1, 2, or 3. Man, the weights really are being weird on this. Dang, I really hecked up this shoulder. The poll has ended. Which one is the lie? That I caught a seagull with my bare hands out of thin air? You are correct. I have never succeeded in doing so, but it has not stopped me from trying every single time I've ever been to the beach. One day it will not be a lie. The stinky fish that I caught was an eel. It smelled so much like skunk that it made me gag. It was so bad. And nothing that I did would remove the smell in any way, shape, or form. I've got 2 truths and a lie. Oh, is that a promise or a threat? It's both. One of my eyes has a red tinge to it. I've had a chicken heart explode into blood in my mouth. I became friends with someone after choking the life out of them. Damn. Those are also very hard. I feel like the chicken heart one is way too specific. That feels like it has to have happened before. Let me reposition these because... Is it the body that's causing the problem? It is! That's been my problem the whole time. All right, undo as much as possible, which is not much. When did I last save? It's probably been a bit. Oh, yeah. No, that's not what we wanted. All right, we're going to start over on that weight painting. I'm going to guess the choking thing. Well, no, okay, hold on. I think the chicken heart and the choking thing are real. I think it's your eyes. You're lying about those eyes. Those eyes have lies. Oh, it happened to your sister. Oh, that's a good way of cheating the system. This is why I'm not good at Among Us. All right. First things first, we're going to blur out everything on the shoulders in this chesty area. Because none of that was necessary, and it was causing all that weird artifacting. Oops. I'm not a fan of the blur tool because it doesn't do what I want it to do. It kind of does, but not in the ways that I want it to, you know? Right eye does have a red tint to it, and it gets more prominent after I've been outside because the sun reflects into my eyes. Oh, that makes sense. What about the dead friend, though? Hold up, Rin's cat's yelling at me? Oh no! I did become friends with someone after having strangled them when I was in primary school. Their face had started turning blue, so I count that as choking the life out of them. Sometimes the best friendships form through physical violence. Dogday. Why do you do this to me, sir? It's interesting. Such a goober. What kind of cat is it? It's not even the weirdest ways I've become friends with someone. Another friendship I made in primary school was with a school bully who was twice the size of every other student by axe kicking them in the chest. See, you just need to establish dominance. A loud one. Why are we having such a strong cutoff right here? A little better. It is you. This is why I hate weight painting, because I can never tell which bones are stealing from other bones and causing weird artifacting. Okay, this song is really cute. I'm definitely saving this one. Just had dinner, now I'm falling into a food coma. Oh god, I hate that. Just the narcoleptic response to a good meal. Medium-haired tabby, a long-haired tuxie. Oh, I love tux kitties. I've never had a tux kitty. I always wanted one when I was a kid. My mom and my grandma were so adamant about what kind of cats that we would end up having. We've always been like a rescue family, so we've never gone out of our way really to pick out animals. Maybe like once or twice ever before I was even born. Otherwise, they've all just been like garbage kitties and stuff that we've rescued. I think this will do it. I like how that's looking. Need to fix the collar a little bit. Okay, and then we want to check on the rotational side of things. That armpit looks really bad. Open it up a little bit. And that's all. Just needed a little bit of blending. Perfect. All right. I think that's probably good on the sweater. Let's clear all transforms and try one more time just to be sure. We'll just grab the whole arm. Okay, there's a small hiccup with where he raises all the way up and something clips. What is that? Shoulders. Huh. Should we hide that part? We could, maybe. All right, so what I did then is I tucked those verts that were clipping out down further so that now they aren't going to clip anymore. There's still... Lots of facts about the feral stuff I did in primary school. For example, pulling a radar off of its hinges, a radiator off of its hinges, and throwing it across the room. Goodness, you went full Hulk. They needs to see their grandmother's skin and bones. I mean, he has been starved. I think I'm a little concerned with the shoulders clipping through in that area. The only remedy for that would be to increase the weight of the shoulder itself. Let's see how well I can do that. All right. Now, when the arms are down, might be able to fix this by just lowering where they're currently weighted in the shape key. So we'll just take everything here, take it down just a little bit more. Yeah, that reduces our risk by a lot. Good. Like that. All right. Well, that does it for the weight painting on the extra accessories, I believe. Let me test his head and just make sure that the teeth are actually assigned. That's the ears. Yeah, I forgot to assign the teeth. Okay, now they're attached. If that's all good, then I think I'm ready to start redoing some of these UVs. So we'll start with the sweater. I think what I'd like to do is get the sweater and catnap and the belts all together.
If you become lightheaded
Oh,
from
wow.
thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate cue. And I see we have another egg down here. 2 eggs. We've got Brad and Squeaks. Pop you guys up there where you can be safe. Gonna sleep now because I've got to do some training tomorrow at the place that I'm volunteering at. Good luck with that tomorrow, Q. I hope you get plenty of rest and that it is very exciting and a fun new opportunity for you. All right, I'm going to make a new image. We want our belts, catnap, and our sweater. And these are all already organized, except not in the way that we want. So actually, we'll start with just the sweater. Grab all these pieces, unwrap them again. And we're going to have everything be mirrored on the sweater. Everything except for the front. And we're going to apply the solidify because that was not applied prior. I don't think I'm going to worry about the normals and stuff being able to be seen around the edges here because honestly, I just don't care enough. I don't think anyone cares enough. All right. So these are all our pieces of sweater. And the only one that we want to re-unwrap is the front panel. There we are. And this way we can put a design on it. So there's that one. Let's go ahead and grab Catnap. We've got all of his pieces. Hold on, what are these? Dims are those eyes. Oh, it's the charm, I see. Well, that is all going to have to move eventually anyway. Put all of Catnap's UVs on this side. And now let's grab our belts. And I had these kind of organized. based on the original texture that we had here. So all of these should be our buckles. And these should be the edges of our buckles. These should all be... What are those? The inner and side edges. Front faces. What could these be? These are also side faces. This is a front face. And that will make life a lot easier, hopefully, down the line. So, to deal with that, what I'm going to do now is unwrap all of those again. Oops, not like that. Specifically want these islands. Unwrap those. So we've got all of our belt faces. Unwrap all these. These are all of our belt sides. Unwrap all of you. Okay. Really want to get to modeling, but I need to do more research first. Hi, Mew. Looks like we both working on 3D stuff. Yay! What you working on? I'm working on the public version, or the purchasable version of Dogday with all of his props. I'm redoing his UVs now. Snoopy's commission. Aw, I've put it off for way too long. Mood. I'm sure that they're going to be thrilled with it, though.
Did you remember
Wow.
to save all
I'm
of
not
your
saving over here. Go ahead and make a new
files?
copy. Thank you, Sneak. Redoing UVs. I also have no guilt because One Piece kicking my depression's ass and making me draw a lot, so I don't regret it. Good. You shouldn't. No regrets. I think most of these I'll be able to get away with just doing gradients on. Oh, you know what? I forgot to... Oh! 7! Thank you for subscribing!
7_the_proto just
Oh.
subscribed for 5 months. How goes it?
How goes it? It goes good. In fact, it goes better than good. One thing I forgot to do was mirror all of these, so I'm going to have to manually do that probably. Let's just grab everything from this side. I'll leave that one. All the others, though, I will symmetrize. Did I grab both of those? Why does that grab the whole thing? Because I'm not paying attention, that's why. Here's all the lefties. And all our righties. Now I just gotta re-mirror them. So let's go ahead and mirror. That should do it for most of them. Except not, because some of them were not laid out correctly. That's okay. Mirror that on the y-axis. And then again on the x. I don't think anyone's going to be upset if I put all of the flippy flappies together. And if they are, you know what? They can do it themselves. I don't have to babysit. I'm entering my you-do-it-yourself era. Seeing this really makes me feel for avatar creators. Yeah, it's almost like the people who are stealing it all the time have zero concept of how much work goes into it. They just feel this entitlement of gimme, 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 I want this, so I'm taking it. It's like, man, I've just spent the last, like, several months on this. Why are you like this? I want you to be able to enjoy it, but I also would like to be able to eat, you know? That's why I'm giving a free version and everything. But I still would like to be supported, as anyone I feel should. Whoop. Ads are coming up in a minute here. Stealing is only acceptable if it's from Ubisoft or any other evil corporation. Individuals, though, let's not. I'm not going to be as clean as I've been with this, because I'm kind of tired of being so efficient with everything. Aren't you tired of being nice?
Hey, bitch!
Hey, bitch! How's my favorite moth doing? Oh, just in time for ads. Ads were fun. Saw dogs. Can't argue with that experience. I keep getting the weirdest fucking ads when it comes to Twitch. I had one earlier today because I had it on. I had a VOD on while I was brushing my teeth. And it was like an ad for fucking lubricant. Like, what am I doing that makes them think that that is something that I'm going to need advertised to me? Like, I know we talk about penises and vaginas on this channel, but more so under the scientific context.
If you become lightheaded from
Wow.
thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate. Hello, Kazoo. Keep getting ads for female hair products, which I personally will not use. Has anyone seen the Flesh Hat Cowboy in a while? Should be all of the main belts. Got a couple of duplicates here that we can mirror. I need to remind myself I don't have to be so careful. Wouldn't mind ads if they were more interesting. Modern ads are so boring. Comparing modern day Ford ads to an early 2000s SAAB ad. It's like night and day. Entered a vote to be a mod for the streamer I watch as a joke, and I'm one of the people that won. Oh, congrats! My entire argument of why I should be voted for was femboys. I know nothing about modding. I'm cooked. Oh no. When you lie on your resume and actually get the job. I'm going to do the same thing to these that I did to the other belts. Just going to grab all of these left ones. Set them aside. Going to mirror. And then these guys are all in the center. And the middle? Huh? Did I not grab you guys? I should have. I guess I forgot. All right, you should all be the middle pieces. Yes. And an interior piece that I didn't know about. In which case, think it's perfectly fine to mirror you to your counterparts. Never mind, you're not mirrored. So you'll just be alone. Literally joined because I thought it was funny. Now I have to learn Twitch commands. You reap what you sow. All right, let's start pairing some of these up. Start by mirroring all of these. May or may not be correct. We'll find out. I'm going to turn Catnap off for now so that I don't have to be confused by him. "19 active? What the fuck happened?" What does that mean? Active viewers. Oh. I don't know. Although I've just noticed all the eggs we have down here. Let's go ahead and move them. Kazoo, pop you on up there. And that one dude. Some people just like to lurk, and I'm perfectly okay with that. We got good music on, we're vibing. Let me push these up, so I'm not going to keep confusing them, because they all look the same to me. Get away from me, peasants. Is there a frag fan economy? Can anyone truly be considered a peasant if we are all poor? That was a pessimistic take on it. Can we be considered peasants if we're all rich? Money's only value is what we give it. I think all of the... Oh, not these. You need to be flipped. The thought I had last night, you kind of got a bit of a regal feeling to you. Is it because I say we? I've always thought about that. Like, I've always been a little bit insecure because I've, like, I'm kind of used to being an educator, and as an educator, one of the tactics, specifically an educator for children, one of the tactics that we're taught is to not refer to individuals, because that can accidentally single out kids and make them feel more responsibility than intended. So, like, if we're, see, I'm doing it right now, but like, today we're going to do this. You know, it makes people not only feel more included, but also less singled out. It's just a helpful mindset to keep people feeling less, specifically children, from feeling less like nervous and intimidated. Just how you present yourself. Oh. Now you're going to give me an ego boost. Not visually, more vocally and attitude-wise, I suppose. I guess I could see that. It's funny, my therapist tells me quite often, he has to remind me not to filter myself, not to censor myself whenever I'm talking to him, because I don't realize I'm doing it a lot of the time, just because I'm used to being in positions of not necessarily authority, but I've always kind of had to be the chaos manager, if that makes sense, among like my family and usually social groups. Not always with social groups. Something's off with this one. Not off enough for me to care. I guess it might be a little bit of like older sibling syndrome, except I'm the younger sibling and I just have to act as the older sibling amongst friends who didn't have siblings. Just finished watching Morbius. I'd be hard pressed to say it was good, but it's entertaining as fuck. I have not watched that one, but I do remember the memes. I think I can stack these. They're not meant to be mirrored, but I think we can pull it off. Nope. Good thought, though. All right, we can just group all these together now. Do we want to pack then? I hate packing things. Why are you missing a polygon? What happened there? Where are you missing a polygon? Right here. Hm. Yeah, all right, I'll pack them. It's gonna bother me if I don't. Have you seen the new Pokemon stuff? Yeah, we were just talking about that a little earlier. I think it's gonna be really good. I'm really happy that they're bringing back some old characters. I really enjoyed X and Y. That was one of the last Pokemon games that I remember playing and like actually having a blast playing. So it's really nice to see them kind of go back to it and to see how it's going to change. I wonder if we're going to see that professor from that one, the one with the floopy hair. What was his name? They're all named after trees. One thing I've learned with movies like Morbius is go in with no expectations and you will have a good time. Another way to enjoy movies like that, especially ones that you're not particularly interested in, watch them in groups with friends.
We got a boomer!
That's become one of my most favorite things to do on VRChat now, is to just watch whatever random movie it is that a friend has picked out. So far, every single one of them has ended up being a banger, except for one. And I blame Locke for this entirely, because he had wanted us to watch it for a long time, and none of us knew what it was about. he did not remember that it was in fact one of the saddest fucking endings to a movie ever. So when it was over, like, we're all muted and individually fucking sobbing into our headsets and not wanting to admit it because no one else has been admitting it. And then finally Locke turned to us and he goes, well, thanks for watching this movie with me. I didn't realize it was going to be so sad. It was a movie called Big Fish. Seems like the male playable character is his son. He's very reminiscent of the professor. Oh. I didn't even notice that. Wait, who's the mom? Is this going to be one of the first Pokemon games in which we actually get a dad? Or perhaps it's one of the first in which we have an absent mother. I feel like I need to make a Popple playlist of songs like this. I don't know why these like bubble pop songs about snacks just have his energy. The Room alone? Awful. The Room with Friends? A riot. Yeah, you got me. Friends decided to make me watch the most powerful movie. Oh, painful movie. And then with them, because I guess if they suffer, I have to suffer too. That's the thing. It seems like the female playable characters is the mom from X and Y. Oh, shit! She even gets a love letter from him in X and Y. Oh, that's so cute! I really like that! Oh man, that might be enough to tempt me to get it now. I thought for sure I wouldn't be convinced into playing a new Pokemon game anytime soon. But they're really, oh, they're hitting me right in the nostalgia with that. I hate when they weaponize it. Because it always works. Alright, we're gonna put this one in the corner already. So I want to be conscious of all the pieces. Good enough. Uh-oh, one of them went missing. Thank God. Try that one again. Nope, they're better together. That one is a little bit more of a stretch.
If you become
So-
lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, Sneak. Similar hair color, but the male protagonist is 1000% Sycamore's kid. It's funny because I think... Are you talking about the male protagonist for the new game or for X and Y? The new game. Let me take a look at them. Oh my god, yeah, no, you're not kidding. There's way too much fruit in that boy. That is 100% Sycamore's kid. God, why is he so cute? Hold on, I'll share an image with you guys. It's going to be a browser link, so we'll just pop it up in the middle. Like, that's 100% Sycamore's kid. They also look a little older than the 10 to 12 most Yeah, I was going to say something about that. They do look older. Last time this happened was in black and white. I wonder if they're ever actually going to try and make a game for Pokemon that is more targeted to their adult fan base. Where instead of playing as a child, you are just straight up an adult, and it's, I don't know, not like a more serious theme, because it doesn't have to be a more serious theme. But like maybe, I don't know, higher stakes? I don't know. I don't know how they would go about doing it, but I feel like it would be cool if they did. I'm just going to slap these guys up here. I'm pretty sure all of these are just brown. All right, that does it for the belts. With the exception of our buckles. Let's go ahead and separate those all out. I'm gonna go ahead and mirror front to back with all of these. And I think to do this, I'm just gonna recut them. Find the one that you need to attach to and attach to it, please. I'll just do it this way. No, I still don't want to do it. I need the nearest vertex. What the hell? Why are you not mirroring correctly? Oh, because you can't. Interesting. Well, at least you can mirror across the board. Been waiting for Pokemon Ranger game for forever. Oh man, I forgot that was even a thing. Can they even do another Pokemon Ranger game? Because wasn't that one, like, really dependent on the DS's hardware? I think that's kind of what the Legends games are, to be honest. They're a little more challenging mechanically than the main series games and exist lore-wise to expand on previous games. I don't think a kid would care about that stuff. True. Very true. In fact, the last two Pokemon games that I've been able to buy secondhand were because the kids who had them, their parents bought them for them, and within a week, the kids were bored of it and didn't want to play anymore because it was quote-unquote too much reading. Which games were these? What was the last one that came out? Sword and Shield for sure. Oh, and the other one was the Pokemon Go one. The Pikachu and Eevee one. I got both of those secondhand from parents who were just purging their kids' games that they weren't playing anymore. And again, only like a week or two after they had come out, I got them for a huge discount because the parents just wanted to be rid of it. Because their kid wouldn't touch it. And I asked both of them why. Like, what was it a sucky game, or like did they just not like it? And they both parents responded, kids just didn't want to read. Orange Man is on the list. I love PLA dearly, but it takes 3 fucking hours to get to a point where they let you lose. It always saddens me a little, the games that no one wants to read for. Some adventures are worth reading for. Yeah, I will say though, I feel like it's overdue for Nintendo to start getting some goddamn voice actors. Like, they are still sticking to the formulas that they used back in the day, and the reason that they used those formulas was because they were limited by the hardware and software that they had at their ability to use. That's not the case anymore. Like, we have so many games that Nintendo made back in the day that had full voice acting that we didn't get to see the voice acting of because they couldn't fit it into the game. But it was voice acting, and that's why we end up with like artifacts left behind that were cut of like full lip sync and things. I mean, shit, Luigi's Mansion, the original Luigi's Mansion, they had 3D game mechanics incorporated into, as in like for later down the line what would become the 3DS. But now it's like they're not even trying. They're just doing the same basic shit that they did before because that was able to be enough back then, but it's not enough anymore. And it's honestly been driving me crazy, the fact that they're just continuing to do it. Like, there's just no drive. There's no passion. There's no desire. Like, I'm not doing this model for a game. I'm doing this model because I want to. If you are going to make a game, you should want to make the game. You shouldn't just be making it just to put a paycheck on the table, especially if you're planning on fudging it. Because if you're planning on fudging it, it's not going to give you the paycheck either. You're going to get a paycheck, but you could have gotten a substantially better paycheck if you gave a shit. Looking at you, Mob Entertainment.
Someone's salty.
I am salty because I give a shit. There's this moment in Scarlet and Violet where there's a cutscene and a character is clapping. You can hear her clap but not speak. It's so awkward. Yeah, I mean, there's so many little things too where like, all right, so one example of something that absolutely boils my fucking blood when it comes to games. Modern games. So, say Dogday here is our model, and we're playing the game, everything's happening, and oh, no, someone's just walked in from off screen. Well, now Dogday's going to turn and look at them to talk to them. Here's his animation. Like, that's it. They literally just don't move. They turn. I've seen that in every modern Pokemon game. They don't pick up their feet or anything. They just, oh, hey, you're here now. Time to talk to you. Turns. Like, back in the day, like, you had to really focus on what you were doing with shit like that. You'd had to focus on, like, where the feet are going to align. How is it going to auto-correct where it's standing? Maybe there's a step in the way. Is their foot going to go on the step or is it going to clip through? These are the things that made me want to get into making models and all that. Like, that was what made it real. And now the realism is gone. We don't give a shit about realism. We just want to simulate as quickly consumable of an experiment as we or as a product as we can, and shove it out to the masses and get our money's worth and move on to the next thing. I don't want that. And if that's what you're trying to spoon feed to me, then I don't want it either. You're trying to spoon feed to me something that you couldn't be bothered to put the time in to cook correctly. You have to wonder about the legal stuff regarding having voice actors that are in both the anime and the games. So as I understand it, there's some difficulty getting VAs that can do both mediums. Very true. Chili some pepper to go with it. Just want things to be made with some level of craftsmanship and care. Yeah. Which is apparently too much to ask for. Oh, those are in different places than I was expecting. These have way too many polygons. I need to go in and reduce them. Okay, but what if FragRaptor? I would love to come up with a FragRaptor design. That'd be fucking hilarious. What's up, Snake? What is on that beautiful mind of yours? Oh, and then we've got all of these fun little dudes. Love them. That's just it. It still sells regardless of quality, and it's frustrating. I think the biggest frustration for me is seeing it seep into the indie space. Indies are built on the idea of passion, but so many feel like they're starting to become focused on the money and virality before the art. Yep. I'd like to hope that I never do anything like that with a passion project. And it's hard because everything in the world tells you that what you're doing is wrong right now. Everything in the world says, oh, you're not working fast enough. You're not doing enough. You're not pumping this out at the rate that we want it. Therefore, you are worthless. And that's not true. It's unfortunately a side effect of the world that we are currently living in. This one's not perfectly lined up, but it's close enough that I don't think I'm going to worry about it. Same with this one. All right, time to match up as many of these as we can. I get it to a certain extent. We've got to put food on the table, but ugh. That's the issue. The pace isn't sustainable. We've got to slow down, give people time to experiment, to learn, to grow. And that's really been the issue with having late-stage capitalism. There is no time. The world is ending. Buy, 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 sell, sell, sell. Make that profit now. The big problem with that whole mindset is it completely forgets the mortality of our situation. You slave your life away doing the buy, 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 sell, 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 work, 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 making yourself literally sick because you just can't keep up with this astronomical pace that you are expected to keep up with. And that would be why I got sick. Overdid it. Well, hello, Vampire Juice Box.
A vampire's juice box can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow. Love your model. Did you illustrate it yourself? I did. Yep, it's just a PNG tuber made in PNG Tuber Plus. It's a good way to put it, the mortality of our situation. I may steal that. Go right ahead. Because that, at the end of the day, is what it is. And it's something that we're taught not to think about. Don't think about what's going to happen once you wake up. Because right now, what we need is for you to work. And then one day you wake up in the hospital and you can't work anymore, and then you realize, oh dear, now what? And then you become a streamer. I will say, though, streaming is probably one of the best things that's ever come out of the situation that I was stuck in. I'm very happy with what I'm doing right now. I'm very happy with the audience that I have here with me, with you guys, and the things that I get to do. I feel like I've done more art here with you guys than I have collectively over the last 10 years. Always enjoy your company, Frag. Your space is a good one. Thank you. It's good because it's a group effort. I cannot take all the credit whatsoever. It makes me happy to know that there's so many people, though, who do want the same kind of environment, because for so long, I'm used to being told that that is just a dead concept, you know? People don't want spaces to do things anymore. They want to work. I am going to do everything in my power for as long as I have left on this earth to remind people that work is not what it's all about. That we were meant here to live. We were meant here to experience. And we should not be spending all of our time, all of our fucking days on this earth, busting our asses for money that's not even going to be enough to give us the future we were promised. I think these are, yeah, these are the interior of the top and center. So they will go on their own. And then what are all of you? Are you the backsides of the buckle? Where are you? Oh, you are the backsides of the buckle. All right, you're that one. Is that not? Close enough. It's a side and a middle. Are you a foot? You are a foot. Are you also a foot? You're also a foot. You're also a foot. You are not a foot. Where is the other foot? Ah, off screen. That is the wrist. Are you the other wrist? Yes, you are. And are you the only one who has not received a matched pair? Nope. You both are. That's because you don't have one. Okay, we got all of our belt pieces laid out, matched up. Now they just need to be packed. And that'll do it for our belts. And then we'll just have to put down catnap, the sweater. I don't know if I'm going to do the whole body today. Is learning 3D modeling hard? Ideally, I should learn for my major, but it looks so hard. So it's hard in the idea of trying to learn everything all at once. Because there's so much. You can't see it because it's off screen up here, and I can't lower it, but just in Blender alone, there's a tab here for layout, for modeling, for sculpting, for UV editing, for texture painting, for shading, which is assigning materials and whatnot, for animation, for rendering, for compositing. So all those are very, very different genres of 3D modeling, different aspects of the whole shebang. Look at show and tell. Let's take a look. Ooh, I like this fish monster thing. I'm a sucker for anything that has dynamic lines like that. Oh, you're a raptor! Look at the detail of those feathers! Oh my god. The Weedleaf feather design is such a good idea. Please show stream. I can do that. Again, I'm just going to use a browser link. Or not. We will use an image instead. So this here would be Snake's raptor character that he's been working on. Whoa, very large. Let me try and shrink that down some. There we go. I want to poke that tum. I love that little belly. Really can't wait to see it with the colors thrown on. Are you still sticking with the tie-dye theme? Also, I forgot to ask, is this your art, Sneak, or is this from someone that you're commissioning? Because if it's someone that you're commissioning, I would really like to throw the credit their way. If they're comfortable with that, anyway. Would you mind linking to their page anywhere over in Show and Tell so I can give credit? These really don't need to be anywhere near as large as they are. Let's make the background color of this a lighter color because I can't see my UVs here. Oh, before I get too distracted, Vampire. When I was first learning, I was completely overwhelmed by absolutely every part of it. Because what I wanted to do was very different from what all the tutorials were teaching me how to do. So everyone tells you when you're learning 3D modeling, when you're learning Blender specifically, start with the donut tutorial. The donut tutorial is a famous tutorial series on YouTube that will teach you every aspect of Blender from start to finish in every area of Blender that you would need to know. Anything to do with 3D modeling or rendering or designing or whatever, texturing, all that stuff. Now, if you are neurospicy like me, I have ADHD and autism, which makes it a little bit difficult for me to wrap my brain around things in the traditional learning sense, then you might struggle with following a tutorial along those lines because it's very long, it's very tedious, and it is very not focused on what it is that you specifically want to pursue. Because at the end of the day, you're not wanting to just make a donut. You're wanting to understand the program to make your own stuff. So, it helped me when I was learning to focus predominantly on first learning how to navigate the program, like how to move things, because, you know, say for example, I want to rotate Dogday around. Well, if I just click, well, he's not rotating. There's a specific set of keys and stuff that you need to know. So for turning my camera alone, that's going to be holding down the middle scroll mouse wheel. And that all that's going to do is rotate me around this single point in space. But if I want to move like to the left or the right, I have to hold down Shift while also holding the middle mouse key or middle mouse button to move from side to side. So once you're able to navigate, that would be your first place to start understanding things. Then you can start to pursue other tutorials of the things that you're interested in doing. So for me, I didn't want to make a donut. I wanted to make character models for video games. And that's exactly what I went to. I went to Dicko, who is a YouTuber. I will go ahead and grab a link to his page. He does tutorials and whatnot for making animation models and how to rig them and set up their topology so that they are good for animation and whatnot. I make a regular habit of linking these specific tutorials. So this is the tutorial that I like to throw at people for understanding how to navigate the program. Just learning your hotkeys and everything. If you follow this tutorial, it's only 35 minutes long, and you can set it to a faster speed because he does talk slow. But if you follow every step of this, start to finish, you're going to understand enough about Blender that you can start modeling right then and there. He doesn't teach you how to make a good model that is particularly useful in any way for anything. I mean, you can still use it for things, but it's just to teach you how to move things around and how to access the base parts of the program. If you get through that and you decide that you want to keep going, you want to start learning more, again, seek out tutorials for specifically what you're aiming for what's going to interest you and keep you interested. But if you are wanting to go down the route of character modeling for games or animation or anything else along that line, Dicko is absolutely one of the best, in my opinion, to learn from. This is the specific playlist that I learned everything I know how to learn, or how to model for these sort of projects. It's very, very in-depth. He talks about not only how to do it, but why. Also, our ads are going to start any second now. For those of you who are new, ads will run for a solid 3 minutes uninterrupted so that we can have the rest of the hour to ourselves uninterrupted. And hello, D. Cruz. Sorry I didn't say hi immediately when I saw you. Blender's hotkeys are frustrating to me because of whatever fuck-ass reason. Middle mouse button just doesn't work. Oh no! Are you sure that it's not your mouse? Because I actually had a crappy mouse when I first started learning, and it kept me from being able to do anything. These can be much smaller, I think. Because this is a 2K texture size. And these are very tiny parts. They don't really have much in the way of detail. Let's put these up in the upper corner. I feel bad talking about Blender like I know so much about it because, to be perfectly honest, I don't actually know a lot of parts of it still. Like, if you want to have crazy good textures and stuff and renders and whatnot, I actually don't know much about that at all. And I don't know much about shaders and how to make them. That's something that I will be diving into at some point. Oh no! You bitch! You belong to this one. You. There we go. I don't think it's broken, but I know... Oh, don't know why it won't register any input to it. It knows when I'm scrolling, but that's it. How odd. Woo! Yeah. This is gonna sound silly. Y'all ever get a weird muscle spasm that, like... I get them in my legs a lot, but I just got one in my lower back. They don't usually last long or anything, but it's just like a quick jolt. And sometimes it'll cause a muscle to like seize and tighten real quick. And my back just did it and my whole body lurched like upright because of it.
We got a boomer!
I know I'm old. Now, I'll get one in my leg a lot late at night, like especially if I've already hit the vape. And it's always like, you know the reflex that you get at the doctor when they hit your knee with the little hammer and it causes your leg to shoot forward? It's like that. And there's so many times where like I've kicked under my desk and like I've hit something under the desk or I've knocked something over because of that just weird jolt. Start with you. Also forgot to ask if you saw the fish creature. Yeah, I just saw it earlier. The swoopies on the one on the right. I love those. I love anything that we can like kind of twist and contort into showing off a line of action. And I just love fish characters. Fish characters are so fucking cool. Fish in general
If you
are
become
cool.
lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, cat. Probably not the best choice to put that one so close into all of the brown ones, but it's okay. Just rotate that one a little bit and give it a little more wiggle room. All right. I think I want to move this one. We've got plenty of space here, not only for the sweater and for catnap, but extra accessories if we decide to add them. This is a method of conserving space for your materials. So Dogday himself is going to be all one material for just his body and all of his stuff. But all of his accessories, every single one, are going on this one so that they're not individually all going to be their own textures, their own materials. Because when you get down to the nitty-gritty over here, we have one texture on this entire model right now. That's why he kind of looks all funky on some parts. Like his belts all look funky right now. And that's because I've just moved all these UVs. But the reason for that is because now they're not all overlapping. And these can be customized, they can be given proper shaders, which the public version cannot have. If you put a shader like Poyomi with glitter effects or something on it, it's not going to work. I mean, it will technically, but it's not going to look good. The glitter is going to be all different sizes. It's going to be stretched out and pinched, and you're going to have some sections like his torso, I'm pretty sure, is the same size scale-wise on the texture as the back side of this part of the belt. So the glitter will be really tiny on the belt, but huge on his back and his chest and whatnot. So that's why I'm redoing the UVs for the purchasable one so that people can actually customize it and they'll look good. Is it necessary? I don't know. Are we doing it anyway? Yeah. Thankfully, the sweater doesn't take up much. In fact, we'll grab that one and our belts so I can keep track of both. We want the front piece of the sweater to take up the most room, I think. Still doesn't need to be perfect. In fact, we can fit it perfectly in right there. That's a nice spot for it. Awa! Hello, Katsu!
Katsu Drawn has raided the channel with 1 eggs.
It's good to see you. How was your stream? You were just chatting? What were you guys chatting about? Hold on, I want to guess. Were you chatting about the new Pokemon game? Oh no, we went live at the same time! I'm never really able to time it well. This is a show that I've been meaning to actually watch myself for a while. Panty and Stocking Show. What are people's opinions of that? Because I know it got rebooted a little bit ago. Forgot to change the category to Undertale. Oh, shit, okay. Did like a live reaction and gave my thoughts. Live reaction to Undertale? Let's grab the catnap plush as well, because I don't know how much his textures are going to take up. I think that's workable, because I think most of them are going to just be gradients. These pieces are gray. pop them over here with the other gray stuff. Catnap. I need you for a second. Okay, that piece is black. I'm gonna gather all of the black pieces up together. And then also grab the darker purple paws. Wait a minute, those should have been... Oh, never mind. Maybe they should be mirrored, though. I think they should. Let's do it. Perfect. Oh, I love when things work out. We can fix this. We are going to fix this. Or not? Hello? I see. Hold on. I need this part. Ah! Hello! Gave you a shout out since you helped when I get affiliate emo. Aw, thank you! Oh, the Pokemon stuff. Yeah! What were your thoughts on it, if you don't mind me asking? If you feel like reiterating? It's getting tired, so I ended a bit early, plus getting hungry and had something planned to make. I'm also getting a little hungry. Got some ingredients to make barbecue pork spring roll. Ooh, that sounds good. I've been marinating pork in Korean barbecue since I got home. It's gonna make me hungry. What I'm doing with these pieces, because they weren't perfectly mirrored, I'm taking the verts and making sure that all the verts are going to line up exactly. Because I won't be doing any kind of added texture on these parts. I'm just going to be doing gradients because he's going to get a nice toony shader on him. And in having these pieces line up perfectly front to back, I won't have to worry about the gradient being misaligned on the seams. This does not work if you have a character who is going to be like have different colored arms and legs, though. See, Catnap has symmetrical colors, so I don't have to worry about it. But if you wanted to make one custom that didn't have symmetrical colors, then you'd have to do unmirrored, which risks things not being lined up as well. Ouch. Uh-oh. Oh, is that from being punched? Loved everything about the upcoming game, although it seems they're really leaning into the Rotom phone, making the protagonist fly. Like when they say, when they save you from falling in SV. And seeing them use it to close distance like he's a Smash Brothers character did make me cringe a bit. I guess they're trying really hard to incorporate, like, the idea that, I'm sorry, I'm having a brain fart because I just thought of an idea, but I don't think I want to do it. No, I don't. Whoa, buddy, what happened here? That's okay. None of that's going to get seen anyway. That's on the inside of the tail. I know they did crash into each other, and the worst part is I don't remember a single word about what I just said. Oh, phones. A Rotom phone and all that. They're trying to keep up with modern technology while also trying to, like, still come off as fantastical and have, like, fantasy elements and whatnot, but it's getting harder and harder to do that when our fantasy has often become reality.
Hey, what's up?
Hi, Roadkill. Welcome. We've been talking a lot of Pokemon today. I think I'll put the black parts over here. They don't have to be that big, but... Have you seen the new Shrek teaser? What? I have not, and I am truly about to drop everything to look at it. I didn't know that that would be out yet. It's weird looking. They redesigned them a bit to make them a bit more cartoony, but like a weird looking. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can find this and broadcast it for all of us. Let's see if I can do this the fancy way. Oh, apparently not. Okay, hold on. We're just going to be sloppy about this. All right, we've got a YouTube. Put it behind our frame back here. It's going to be cut off just a little bit. I have to make sure that we are not going to get copyright strike. All right. Pause our music. Who's ready to watch the new Shrek trailer? Huh. Hold on, I'm going to redo it just so we can get another look at it. They do look very different. They're very stylized. I don't hate it, though. It does. It's weird. It's weird because it's a change. The eyes in particular are very goofy looking. They're using a lot stronger shape language now, which I actually appreciate. I don't really know why they made Donkey's neck so much skinnier. He kind of feels a lot lankier now. But even Pinocchio here. We've got a much stronger shape going, a much toonier shape going for him. Did he always have these ball joints? I really like this. It's going to be cool seeing the kids have their own personalities and stuff now, too. I completely forgot he even had kids. Oh, you're right. He does have wrinkles now. Aww. Yay, older representation. I think the reason it looks off is because we've spent our entire lives growing up with it looking a very, very specific way, and now all of a sudden it looks different. So it's kind of like our natural reaction to that is Uncanny Valley. is to say, no, that's not what I usually recognize, so therefore it is bad, or therefore it is wrong. And that's not a bad reflection of us or anything. That is a natural human reaction. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird, but I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's innovative. I think it's fun. I'm excited to see more of it. It's going to take a little bit to grow on me. Donkey's hair. Something is happening. I really like this design for one of their kids, though. I wonder if they're going to have more diversity or if they're all going to be like triplets and look the same. The hair texture is very nice. I'm excited. This is really cool. Honestly, Pinocchio's giving kind of FNAF Balloon Boy vibes. I think Felicia is the one face here that throws me off. She's not bad, but she feels like she's from a different movie from the others. If anything, she feels the most quote-unquote normal. These all feel like stylized cartoon characters. Over here, she kind of feels, I don't know, normal. Not as stylized. She's there. Pinocchio looks like a memory. This is cool. I'm excited for that. I'm sad that it's going to be so long before we get to see it, because Christmas of 2026, that's a while away. But you know what? This is the kind of mentality we need to get back into, the patience. Let them cook. A good meal, it's got to simmer. Oh, the daughter's the one you're talking about. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, if anything, she kind of feels like more like she belongs to the Croods. But I feel like that's okay because it's a different, more, not masculine, but like more square shape language for a female design, which I appreciate because we really don't get a lot of diversity with those. We get like strong girl and like stocky butch lesbian. Those are the only two square-based female body type shape languages that we tend to get. But I like this. I feel like I'm excited to see more. It's also really cool that they kept the ogre ear gender dimorphism. Oh, I can't wait to see what the other kids look like. It's not next Christmas, hon. It's the Christmas after next Christmas. It's 2 Christmases away. She does look a lot like Moana now that you point that out, yeah. Not enough so that it bothers me, though. It bothers me more that she looks a little bit more like a Croods character, and I think that's also just because of the combination of the red hair. I like that she's got a nose ring. Oh my god, a rebellious teen orc. I'm really excited to see what that's going to be like. Thank you for bringing that up. I had no idea that they dropped that today. They're ogres. They have layers. Makes you wonder how her brothers will look. Will they have hair? And will they be redheads or maybe brunettes, given how Shrek looks as a human? That's a good point. Genetically, I don't think any of them should have red hair, should they? I don't remember how the genes work for red hair. I thought it was a very recessive trait, though. Not that any of that really matters in the long run when it comes to cartoons and fantasy designs. I want to try and keep these guys grouped together, but we've already grouped the tail up top, so let's put the head down first. He really doesn't need these parts to be so big, but I may as well keep them this size as long as I can. Realistically, not all the kids would have red hair, but they are triplets. They are not identical triplets, though. Unless the daughter is trans. That would be really cool. That would be a really bold move for them to make. Oh, I would love that, though. That would be such a good way to have representation. Imagine being a triplet of 3 identical brothers and being the only one that ended up trans. And let's be honest, Shrek has always been above its time. It's always been acknowledging of that as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled that off, because they're able to be daring with Shrek. Shrek doesn't have the same reputation to withhold as like Disney shit. They've always pushed boundaries with Shrek. I don't even know what this piece is. Oh, it's the ear. My bet would be more on one of her brothers becoming a sister in this movie. That's a good point. That would be even better. I'm going to mirror the limbs as well. Oh wait, I already did apparently. These are the fronts and the backs. I'm going to layer those as well. Oh, and they're not going to fit, are they? Hmm. Could we not do this weird zip-zop thing? There we go. That saved us so many spots. And I've just been struck with the thought that I should give a little tag to the catnap. And I could put my own logo on it. But I don't want to. Also, I forgot to pull my tablet back out. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna model that. Let's put the purples together down here. And our last piece, of course, is our little charm. All right. That would be our materials for all of our accessories. Go ahead and give that a save. Funny enough, the daughter has brown eyes, but in the last movie she had blue, so they might actually be trans. Man, I can't wait for the Shrek conspiracy theories to pop up. So long as it's not another retcon like Rumpelstiltskin was, I'm down for that. Oh, I don't remember that one. I don't know if I ever actually watched that one. Because that was like one of the last ones to come out, wasn't it? Now, while I've got this here, I'm going to go ahead and export my UV layout. And then we are going to assign, we're going to make a new material. We're going to name it accessories. And we are going to assign everything that we have here. Assign. And we're going to go to the sweater layer. We're going to assign. And then go to the belts. And again, we are going to assign. We will remove the test material. And just to have a little break from the monotony, how's about we move over to Sai and real quick do just a cursory flats on that material so that everything can kind of just be in its own little zone. So with that in mind, let's open up Sai. Interesting how Sai wants to cover up the toolbar. Hello, Void. It's very good to have you here. We've been talking about the new Shrek teaser. All right. I'm opening our UV map that we just exported. And what I'm going to do here is move move OBS up to the other window so that I can see better. Awa!
Roadkill Live _ just cheered 100 bits.
Thank you so much, Roadkill. You've added a giant snowflake to Popple's head. I really got to fix that up. Oh, you know what? We get to do that soon. Not only will I be finishing the Amazing Digital Circus emotes very, very soon, but spring is right around the corner, which means we're going to have to do another round of coming up with different things to put in Popple. We'll do a whole stream about that. I figure Easter will be very easy. April will be easy. Put little Easter eggs in there. God knows we've got enough rabbits in the gacha. Trying to write an initial email to a therapist. Shit is stressful. Oh, yeah, it is. Godspeed, Void. Can we give him a 4-leaf clover? Yeah! Oh, that's a great idea! See, this is why I like to sit down with you guys and do that during a stream, because you guys always come up with the greatest like concepts and ideas to throw at me, and I only really do them when I have them on my mind. Let's give some pretty generous seam lines. All right, let's go ahead and pull from our original material some colors. It's the circle of inspiration. You inspire us just as much. Oh! I try my hardest. So if I remember correctly, the darker area here is the edges of the belts. So that would be all of these circles. And then the fronts of our belts are the lighter red. And we'll fix that up as we go. I want to say that these were edges somewhere, but I don't remember where. Let me go back and check on Dogday. You. Well, it's these edges. Why are you missing these? You got those. Dogday. Oh, because they're double layered. I'm fussing at the dog and it's not his fault. Yeah, so these are all edges. I should not have split them up like that. But it's too late now. It's not going to affect anything. It's just going to bother me internally. That's a man who can disintegrate an apple in his mouth. That's a whole new sentence right there. We know that we want black for all of these parts in the middle. And we're going to want some gray for the faces of the belts. I was right about recognizing the song. Earthbound is... Oh, is this an Earthbound song? I'll have to take your word for it. I can definitely pick up on it. These are much closer seams than I would normally like. but because they're such tiny little pieces and they're all roughly the same color, I'm not really concerned about it. If somebody else would want to be putting different colors near each other like this, it might cause a little bit of seam showing. Probably only on Quest. Why are you doing that? There. What color should Dogday's sweater be? My first thought was to go with the same warm reddish browns as the belts, but that was when I was using the limited color palette of the public version, so the paid-for version does not have to have the same restrictions. What color do you think he would want to wear? There's two different answers to that. What color would he want to wear? And what color, as an artist, as a concept artist, makes sense to wear? Because he is a fully monochrome, warm color palette. So my first thought says, okay, then we should mix in some sort of adjacent cool color. I don't think green would be great. A dark green might be okay. Purple would match easily. Red does disappear on him easily, so it would make it more subtle. Purple and bloob. Here, let me go get a sample of Catnap's colors real quick. Sample from there. Might be way too bright, but it'll be an easy fix if it is.
Bet I can smash that.
Oh shit. I'm sorry, I was not looking at the clock. Ads are going to start any second here. feel like he would like autumn colors. Strikes me as someone that would enjoy the way the sun hits the leaves in fall. I can also see purple because that's Catnap's color, and the two feel intertwined. Not gonna lie, I was thinking about how Catnap and Dogday are kind of intertwined and thought, use Catnap colors. And I didn't want to say anything because it felt off. No, I'm 100% right there with you. Maybe a royal jewel tone purple. Yeah, well, let's try around with the purples. Because we can also lean a little bit more into the red since purple is adjacent to red on the color wheel. Let's get his charm, though. I'm going to use the same yellow from Dogday for his charm, just so there's consistency. All right. Let's go ahead and save this before I forget. All right. We'll dabble around with purples on this piece because whatever we choose, I want to make sure complements the rest of his palette. Orange and purple color palette. See, I like the idea of this kind of a mix. That's always been one of my more favorite color combinations. But I want to make it darker, I think. I think this is too bright. Ooh, okay, this one's nice and muted. Okay, we can definitely work with these. I'm going to try one little trick here, and I'm going to take the red from Dogday. I'm going to dump bucket on a new layer. We're going to do some different filters on it and see. Actually, set it to 50%, if not less. That's perfect. I think these go well. Let's play with that. See, this is where I start to go a little crazy because I want to do gradients really bad, but I don't have Substance Painter and I'm not very good at lining up my seams on things. Because Blender's not very friendly when it comes to doing things like that. Whatever we do for the front of the sweater, it's going to have a difficult time matching up with the back. only started questioning it now, but what's with the hot milk? So that was a very, very old joke between some friends and I. There was an old TikTok that somebody had posted, and if you've ever worked a job in a kitchen, as kitchen staff of any sort, it's a very common thing that when you're walking around, if you are holding a dish that is freshly cooked and you are carrying it out of the kitchen and you're maneuvering around people, you call out whatever you're doing and you say hot. So you'll say like coming through, hot, behind you, hot. Whatever happened in this TikTok, dude was carrying a milk jug and like, I guess out of instinct had said hot while he was trying to move around people just because it, you know, you get used to doing that. To which a manager responded to him, "Why is the milk hot?" Which then became a rabbit hole of a repeated joke of this sketchy dude wandering around making the milk hot in the kitchen all the time by boiling entire gallons of milk or hiding 5 different milk gallons in the oven or all these various things. And the manager coming up and asking repeatedly, "Why is the milk hot?" And so for quite a while there, that just became a running joke with me and several others of just, why is the milk hot? Also knife, yes. All right, what color have I got? I got that nice purple. And let's sample this brighter pink. And do a nice gradient. To reverse that. And then I will do the same for, oops. I don't know how I feel about that. I might have to play around with the hues. All right, real quick, Dogday. Which one of these lines are your collar on your sweater? This one is the bottom. That's the sleeve. Okay. So you are going to be purple. You are also going to be purple. You get to be pink. I definitely think that this lavender shade for catnap might be too bright. I'm going to darken that one just a little bit. And then remove the background. We will save this as a PNG. And then we're going to go back over to Blender. Okay, so now we have to go into our shading tab. We are going to remove that. And we're going to take that file out of Dogday's folder and drag and drop it directly into our window. There we are. And because he's toony, I'm not going to put a diffuse shadow or shader on it right away. We're just going to see how it looks. All right, well, Catnap's got all his colors. Flats anyway. Our sweater looks okay. Terrible seam along that side, so my plan did not work out as intended. But it's fixable. I don't know how I feel about those colors now. I feel like the pink is too much. Gonna grab food? Alrighty, Void. I was about to say grab me some. I'm hungry. Oh, actually, we didn't even look at the belts. Yeah, they look alright. A little gradient on them. We'll have them matching the public version in no time. He does have teeth. That is an added feature. It's an extra accessory for the paid version. But I do think that that pink is our crucial mistake.
Bet I can smash that.
You know, Catnap had the same idea, just a little bit of a different direction. All right, let's change that pink to more of an orange, I think. Let's see if we can anyway. I'll just take that orange color from before and do an overlay. Oof. Hmm. I kind of like this color. Let's try that. It's a little bright. I don't hate it though. Needs work. Look, I get unreasonably about teeth. I don't know why. You and me both. Teeth are my favorite part about a design. See, this is the point where I feel like I need Snoopy to tell me what to do. 'Cause Snoopy's so, like, once they make a decision, they're like, "Yep, that's how we're doing it." I like the purple, but I also don't like the purple. It also feels a bit bright. Let me darken it some. Hmm. Maybe something completely different. Let's just start with a solid color and see how we feel. All right, our purple needs to be more on the red side. I think that's where we're running into issues. Yeah, that's better. We might even push for a double gradient. Hi, Dex. He got that dog in him. Actually, he's got that cat in him right now. I'm working on picking out some gradients for Dogday's sweater color. I think that the pink should be more orange. But I don't want it to be too bright, you know? He do got drip. Really undecided on how I want it to look, though. Well, that's slightly better seam. Not perfect, but I will keep trying till it is. As close as we can get to it anyway. Overshot. There we go. Just about seamless. It's a good seam for knit goods, too. That's true. I just know how nitpicky some people get with things. Alright. Now, let's see about doing that nice orange for an upper gradient. Sorry I'm not flipping back and forth between the two windows. It's just kind of getting tedious. Let's see how this one looks. Oh. Nitpicky? How dare. That's pretty cute. I think maybe if we lessen it some on the underside of the sleeve. A little softer. Actually, how do the seams on the sides look? Okay, we can pull it down a little further in the front. Let's do that first. Sunset sweater? Yeah, that seems to be where it's going. Although these subtle changes have made me not like it as much. Okay, turning off all the belts helps. That's pretty dang cute. I think if we can fix that part on the lower arm a little bit, it'll be great. It might just be a matter of strategic erasing. We're getting there. Oh, what happened to the back there? Mm-mm. I can fix that. Honestly, I kind of like it better when it shows the sleeves. Let's take it back a few steps. Okay. The chest and back do need a little bit more of the orange, I think. But not much. Ah, these are the parts that kill me. Okay. And then which side? The upper edge. Gorgeous. Love it. Beltless boy. It's like when you take a dog's collar off and they just look naked.
This is art. You will
Aw.
hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you, Kazoo. Now here's the cool thing about this. Now that we've got this kind of sweater, we can go back over into Psy and put funky designs on it. Let's find... what style of clothing did they have? Were they 90s? They were 90s. Trying to remember birth year for Dogday. I don't think we ever got his, but we know Theo's. Okay, so Theo was born in the 80s. He was arguably one of the younger ones at the time. So let's look up 80s sweaters. I feel like Dogday would definitely rock something like this. I'm looking through popular sweater patterns and types in the 80s. A lot of them have the repeating stripe patterns and they're very busy. They were all about the color blocking in the 80s. Trying to think of how we could use maybe like a dog bone symbol. Kind of akin to something like that. Then again, they were really on some like wild shit back then. Like, does this man need help? Okay, maybe let's try that dog bone idea. Although doing anything with a pattern is going to have issues with pattern stuff lining up. Hello, Mala! Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. We are currently looking at designs for 80s sweaters to incorporate onto Dogday's new sweater. I also love the egg. I'm not gonna lie, I would wear that. I would wear that completely unironically. Alright, let's try just something kind of generic. So I actually kind of like these sort of zigzaggy patterns that are on this color palette that we're borrowing from. So let me start with just making a dog bone. Let's get our symmetry ruler. I'm going to use an old trick for this, because I can't draw circles easily.
Hey, bitch!
Hey, bitch! Welcome back, Katsu. Don't you hate it when after spending all that time prepping, cooking, assembling, you're suddenly just not hungry anymore? So I only ate one and put the rest in the fridge with wax paper. Wasn't bad, the pork had good flavor. If anything, just wish I had a dipping sauce. Well, it sounds fucking incredible to me, because I don't get to eat for another hour. That's probably a good enough dog bone. I feel like it's definitely not fully symmetrical, though. Now it is. Alright, dog bone. Don't need you anymore. Don't need you anymore. Just put a big bone right in the center. Trying to think if horizontal would be the best shape or if we should rotate it. What if... I feel like it needs to have the stripies. Those are not going to translate well. I guess I could just be random about it. Let's make them smaller. We'll do it more like... Maybe we'll throw some triangles and circles around. Try and keep it close to the seams so that we can pretend that we know what we're doing. Oh shit, they're going to be symmetrical on the back. That's going to be a problem. I don't think this is going to work after all. Unless... Thank you, baby. Collection of circles is certainly a sight. Mildly tryptophobic. Oh, I'm sorry. That would be all of his belts. Ooh, you want to raid the goat? Ooh, that is the message. Have a good stream. Thank you for joining us, Lucky. We have about an hour left before we will be raiding out. Oh, I will need to eat them since there's a bean sprout. Oh, is bean sprouts and lettuce in them, so they can go bad quick. Take them to work with me tomorrow and maybe share them with coworkers. That would be lovely. That would make their day, I'm sure.
If you become lightheaded from
Wait.
thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, Dex, for the hydrate. I'm not really sure how I'm feeling right now about the bones currently. But let's add some more to this. Actually, yeah, let's add some more 80s themed shapes. Let's get, maybe we'll use the purple. And should it be more bones? I didn't think about that. No, let's stick with shapes. We'll just do a circle. With a twist. They always have like a shadow on them. Put that one behind the bone. Or maybe a higher one. We'll do the overlaid one over on this side. I feel like we should probably do like a triangle and a zigzag. What color should those be? Maybe the pink? We'll try the pink. That might be all that one needs, to be honest. Wow. Big stretch. Thank you, cat. I'm surprised I haven't been bothered by my dog at any point today. Usually she'd be in here pestering me by now, because she's bored. All right, now we need some kind of triangle. I really don't know how I feel about this so far. I'm really gonna be honest, I don't like this. Oops, wrong tool. Have a thought. It might be a good one. What if I take color samples of our bottom gradient and our middle gradient? Hmm. It softens them, but is that what we needed? Really don't think so. No, none of that was necessary. Oh, wow. Well, we'll see how it looks. I don't think I'm going to be pleased with it, though. Well, dang. I kind of do like it, though. All right, better thought. Maybe I can just find a free 80s pattern that already exists. That is just like free to use. Let's take a look. Okay, let's try this.
Oh, hi. Thanks for checking in.
Oh.
I'm still a piece of garbage.
That scared me so much. I thought for a second that I had forgotten that I was in some kind of Discord call, which I'm prone to doing. I do myself no favors in how jumpy I am, because I'll deliberately fucking not pay attention, because I'm caught up in my own world, doing my own thing. Wait, is this a non-repeating pattern? Hmm. Sorry, I'm once again back and forth in Psy. You guys got the Blender window open, I think, right now. Ah, my tummy's making the rumblies. Why would they make a non-repeating pattern like this? This is pure evil. Understand that it's free. And if I wanted stuff that would save me time, I would have to pay for it. But I'm a broke bitch. And a masochist. Okay, let me stitch all that together. Oh, man. Going through all this hard work trying to get this texture to work just to find out that it's all crunched. Low quality. Oy. Well, you know, we're towards the end of the stream here. I'm not surprised that we are running into some challenges, especially as I grow more and more hungry. I am shameless over my feelings towards Sawyer. What if we lighten? Hmm. Let's try that first. All right, I'm using a texture that was free from a stock website. It's called freepick.com. I do not know of the validity of that site. I just know that it seems to be all it's for, so I'm trying to place decent judgment. And I dislike it. I don't completely hate it, but I do hate that. All right, it might be within our best interests to just stick with a graphic on the front. Let's try that dog bone again. Maybe we can give the dog bone graphic itself a better feel. Let's think of just some generic shapes here we can use. Let's go with a big circle. We'll flatten it into an oval. They like having shit be off-center. We'll duplicate that. We will make the other one the darker purple. I kind of feel like everything had a drop shadow. Let's go ahead and get that triangle back in here. We want to have the equivalent of the same red as this purple. A little darker, actually. All right, and then we'll take our dog bone. We're going to leave that straight or no? Everything has to be a little funky. And of course, you get a drop shadow as well. We're definitely getting somewhere with this one. I also liked to do really weird cutouts. So what if we just take a couple of lines here? Oh wait, you know what? I can do better. Let's get a dot gradient. Again, I am using stock textures from a free website. This is all from freepick.com. I do not know the creators of the website or anything. I don't know their validity. But got our watermark. This is not going to matter if we have a watermark or not, though. We just bump our contrast up a little bit. Change our luminosity to opacity. Take this bad boy. And they also really liked using grids and zigzags and whatnot back in the day. I don't know how much I'm willing to do that. Oh, you know what was really popular back then, though? Was just like a single paintbrush stroke. Do I have any good paintbrush brushes for that? Nope, don't like it. It's okay. We'll just add more texture to these pieces. Texture was what they were all about. Just do a grid. And then, you know what? What if we just do a regular gradient on the dog bone? Or even just the dog bone shadow. Hooray! Thought you got me, Snake. Unfortunately, no.
Way to go, superstar! I knew you could do it.
Don't know about that. Maybe. I guess in all reality, we don't need a ton of textures. This is probably simple enough. Let's give the dog bone itself just a soft splash of another pink. Never mind, I don't like that. Oh, man. What if nothing else, we just try some polka dots? No, because we've already got the dots. Yeah. Don't think that's the one. It doesn't have to be a masterpiece. I think that we just need to keep it simple as is. I will save it and just let it be what it is. So I've spent far too long on it at this point. So we'll go back over to Blender and we'll see what this one looks like. Hopefully not horrible. I can live with that. I just thought of the perfect thing to make it exactly what we need. Hold on. No, I will not show you until I do it. Part of me feels like I should be upset at how well this turned out because of this one little catch. The other part of me is very thrilled that it worked out. Okay. I've done it. I'm a genius. I love myself. This is the best t-shirt design ever, and I want one IRL. Yes, I am extraordinarily bipolar when it comes to my own art. So here is what I just added to it. And I feel like this is everything that I needed. It's everything it was missing. Ta-da! It's the Playtime Playco logo. That's exactly what it needed. Oh, I love it now. I really want this IRL. I'm very happy with that. Oh my gosh, what is our time even at right now? I have not been paying attention. Okay, we got about 20 minutes left. Oh, but show. Coco has come to visit us. I think these 20 minutes here are perfect for doing the gradients on Catnap. Because he should be able to go fairly quickly. I'm not going to mess around with the sweater anymore, though. I'm pretty happy with where that's at. So, Catnap, it's your turn. This would have been a lot easier to do before we rotated him. But that's all right. Let me close out of all these extra bits and bops that we don't need. Squeaks! Hello! How's your day been going? We'll just do some very, very simple gradients. Oh shit, that's the body. Okay. So what part should be, obviously the neck part should be given a bit of a gradient. Okay. And this part is his belly. We'll do a little bit on the underside. It's upside down. Do a little bit on around the neck area. Let me make sure that that lines up. Okay, it does. Okay, and on the face. Actually, we'll do the bottoms of the ears first. That would be this guy. And this one we're going to want to go actually pretty high. So I'm going to do an inverse circle gradation. It was a bit intense. There. I would like for these rows to about here. We've got our big old tail. Oh, okay, that time you did get me. Oh, wow. It is 11 o'clock at night. What do you guys have planned for the weekend? I haven't even thought that far ahead at this point. Weekends for sleep? Sounds like a good plan. Need to go a little darker. Speaking of sleep, I might dip and go to bed. I'm fucking eepy. Go for it. Give yourself the beauty rest you deserve. It's been really nice to see you. And thank you for hanging out with us today. I always get a little bit sad when the weekend comes around because I know I'm not going to end up seeing you guys until next week. But we all need a break. And it gives me an opportunity to focus more on other stuff I have to get done. And prepare something exciting to share with you guys the next week if I'm ever able to. I have nothing planned currently, but you never know what happens during a weekend. I think we had just enough time here. Go ahead and test out Catnap, see how he looks. Let's do a soft gradient on this charm too, though. You did! That was an amazing accomplishment. Sometimes an email can take all of the time in the world and it can be the hardest task to accomplish, but you did it. And I am proud of you for that. And I hope that you're proud of yourself as well. Go ahead and save. Save it as a PNG as well. And let's go ahead and test it. Oh, I forgot to do the zipper, but that's okay. Let me reopen Blender with you guys. This is what I love about gradients, is they can really make everything pop all at once. So we're going to do a reload on this. And hopefully get to see everything come together exactly as planned. It's something. Not as impactful as I was hoping, but still feel like he might be a little too bright. Let's darken his purple once again. Whoops. That's made him a little dustier. We can also put some highlights too, that might help. I think I also should do a little bit of gradiating in the joints a little bit. He could eat it with those teeth. Oh, I love this song. I haven't heard this one in a long time. Ooh, our final ads are playing in about a minute here. Brought that shadow up a little too high on the face. Why is that not? Oh, duh. Good. I like the shadow up the back of the head. I feel like I should maybe have one up the back or here as well. Just to add a little more depth. Okay, let's see how that looks. A little too heavy towards the top. A little better. Just helps give it that plushy look a little bit more. In fact, we can do the same thing with the side seams. And something feels a little off with this corner of the cheek. Nope, don't like that. I would like to put some slight edges on the sides here, and then I think we'll call it quits. Use a smaller brush. There we go. Emphasizing those seams a little better. Making him look much more like a plushie. If anything, maybe that was a little too heavy-handed. Alrighty. We have hit our 6-hour mark. And I know if I let myself, I will continue to keep chipping away at this for the rest of the evening, and I don't want to do that. Already spent 6 hours on it. That is enough. I have nothing further to prove. I am very happy with this. He looks so cute and cuddly. I really am happy with how this sweater has come out. And of course we can hide our speaker. Bring out the teeth. All right. That being said, I won't bother doing our packed away, going to our chit-chatting screen for the night. I'm just going to go ahead and call it here. Close out of all the abundance of tabs that I've got open at this point. Save our file as both a layered and non-layered document. And I was going to raid out over to Frosty, but I think they might be finishing up with their stream right now. That just means that we have to hit them first. All right. Aha! You know what? It is time to celebrate. Because we are done here for the week. We've got a lot done. I'm very happy with the progress. I'm very happy with where everything is leaving off. Next week, next Tuesday, we are going to be picking back up with the Amazing Digital Circus emotes. I have 2 left for Kane, and then we are completely done. So if I don't do them over the weekend, that's what we're going to do then. If we do, or if I have done them over the weekend, which I highly doubt I will, because I will procrastinate until the end of time. But I will probably start working on Popple's spring theme. So you guys can be there to help me figure out what to put in him. Wednesday, we'll probably be picking up with either more Poppy challenge runs, because I'm hooked, or Paleo Pines. I'm very excited to see how that one goes. I know there's a ton of different dinosaurs that we can use. I'm very excited to see what they look like. And then 3D Thursday will once again be picking up on this. Let's go ahead and get our raid message going. We're going to try and beat Frosty before they have to stop, or they potentially raid out to us. Let's get our raid message. There we go. So you can copy and paste that when you get thrown over there to say hi to Frosty. I'll stick around and say hi a little bit myself, but I do have to go make some food for myself because I am starving. So I'll see you guys over there. Thanks for spending this whole week with me. I have had a blast. I hope you guys have gotten a lot done on your own projects, or at least, if nothing else, taken this time to have a space for yourself to exist as you are, unburdened. I love you all very much. Have a wonderful weekend. Goodbye.